And we're back.
I can't watch this! Hey everybody, I can't watch this!
Welcome. Bane, thank you for the quote. I appreciate it. So we left off with this. Good evening. We had just entered the Temple of Droplets. So let's go. How you doing, Bane? We just left off. We had entered the Temple of Droplets. Hey, Panda. I guess I didn't save it. Well, thankfully, I have RetroArch set up to auto-save state whenever I quit. I'm getting by. Kind of frustrated. We're expected to have another heat wave this week. Fun stuff. You know, my week off. Just thinking recently my water's been too cold. And I should probably turn the fridge down a little bit. But if we're going into 30+ degree weather again, nope. Yep, fuck these heat waves. This is what, heat wave number 5? In the last 2 months? 3 months? But, the game. Let's talk about the game. I feel like there's a lot of complaints you see people give about Fi in Skyward Sword. Stopping you and bothering you. And I feel like the amount that I've heard that she does in Skyward Sword is an issue. Largely because of the length of Skyward Sword. But, like, Elzo has been stopping me fairly regularly for the most asinine nonsense shit. Like, the easiest stuff to figure out. And Elzo's been like, hey. Huh. It's like, okay, the floor is ice. Okay. I figured that out when I spent a bunch of time walking on it before you said anything. Okay, so that's going to be so that you can learn that you'll defrost the ice. You'll thaw the ice. Alright. Every step we take, it becomes more and more apparent. And like, people give Navi shit. And Navi only really bothers you like that at the start of the game. This is Dungeon 4. And again, my only real conclusion for why people don't complain in the same way about Eslo, is because not as many people would have played this. So Bane, you're not a big Zelda fan. How have you felt about the Minish Cap so far? Is this a game you would play on the Game Boy Advance? And what about you, Panda? Do you play Zelda? That's the big key. What do you do? You've liked, you would play it? Now that's a curiosity. Yeah, no, I can get this right now, actually. Alright, so we'll get the boss key, and then we'll shut the door. Would you play the Minish Cap? Would you play this game? Oh yeah. I've said multiple times over the course of this playthrough, this is my favourite Zelda aesthetic. Like, not even specifically the Wind Waker style, the top-down Wind Waker style. There we go. Easy as that. I think its biggest problem is undeniably the focus on like event flags and such. It is kind of frustrating, and I'm left in the same query that I've had previously with stuff like Final Fantasy VII and A Link to the Past and stuff. Is like, do I let that stuff slide because I just know it so much? Because I've been doing it for literally years. And then when I come across it in the wild in games that I haven't played previously, does it then bother me? Because I've spoken about stuff like in Final Fantasy VII where you need to find the keystone after going to Rocket Town and getting the Tiny Bronco. And there's the question, I think, of like, how are you supposed to figure that out? Or when you have to find Cloud in Medeal. And there's the question of, how do you know to go to Medeal? 5 years, 6 month modversary. Excellent, welcome in, Seek. That's an Octorok. I'm glad the game's doing more stuff with the regular sized enemies while I'm tiny. Because it felt like they only did that once with the boss of the first dungeon. And I'm glad to see that again. Yeah, like, is it a case of, because I've known that stuff for just so long, it doesn't annoy me as much because I know it? Whereas when I come up against it in a game that I haven't done so many times and I don't know it, it becomes a problem too. I can't swim now. There we go. Who knows? We'll see how this session goes. Like, the actual in-game dungeon stuff, with the exception of that one wall from the Wind Shrine, which needed to be bombed, but had no indication that it needed to be bombed. Like, this has been, dungeon-wise, like, quite a fun experience. Zeke, how do you feel about this Zelda game? Being a Zelda fan yourself. That feels like it could be rough. Oh yeah, I can swim now. I didn't need to do that. And what was the point of it? Then we can climb back. I think everybody agrees it's underrated. Probably. Yeah, it's fair. Bottom of the pot. The way forward is hidden in the bottom of the pot. Right. Well, that's obviously it. Alright. Oh, I can't get out. I think it's kind of crazy to think about how few Link to the Past style Zelda games there really are. Because, like, there's Link to the Past, and you could argue the Game Boy Color game, but I would argue oh, that's why I couldn't do it. Alright. I forgot I need the thing. Like, you could argue, like, the Game Boy Color ones, but I think they're probably, in a lot of respects of their design, closer to the NES style. And then I would say Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks are just generally different in the way they work for A Link to the Past. Then A Link Between Worlds is very much like A Link to the Past in a lot of its design. Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures are quite different. Nobody even knows what Triforce Heroes is. It's also really nice to see a game on the Game Boy Advance that is, like, actually pixel art. And not, like, pre-rendered sprites. I think, like, going back to the Game Boy Advance, a lot of its library, a surprising amount of its library, has kind of like Donkey Kong Country style pre-rendered sprites. And combine that with the general oversaturation of a lot of games on the Game Boy Advance because of the darker screen the original game had, the original system had. Like, a lot of games end up looking really ugly. Alright. It's always nice when I get to show off my big puzzle brain on stream. Chain of Memories having the PS2 compressed cutscenes was always really impressive to me. But yeah, Chain of Memories pixel art is really nice. There we go. I'll never disagree with that. Is there another thing? There's another pathway there. Can I go this way? I can. So I can use that to get out, but I should see what the other path is as well. Yeah, it's always nice when I get to show off my big puzzle brain on stream. I don't like that the momentum completely stops during screen transitions. There's probably a good reason for it, but it's really disorienting. Weren't you a mini-boss at one point? But yeah, I feel like so much of the GBA library is like really unfortunate pre-rendered sprites that just, they don't look great, and with the general oversaturation of the color palettes on a lot of GBA games, like they don't go well. There are exceptions. It's always nice to see those exceptions. I'm probably going to get the fire rod here. Because given that the GBA is technically a 32-bit system, you could get some really good-looking sprites and sprite animation out of this system. And you can see in a lot of games that did it. Like this, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, which, like I keep saying, is my favourite. The Mario and Luigi RPGs. Superstar Saga to a degree, but mostly on the DS when they got a little better visual clarity. God damn it. That's my favourite look for Mario in 2D. The Metroid games, of course. Fusion and Zero Mission have two pretty distinctive art styles from each other. But they both look great. Mecha, then you must be.
Suck my presidential cock, bitch!
There you go. Yeah. Tactics Advance. I'm not super into isometric art styles, but Tactics Advance really did well with its art style. Again, its biggest problem is just the oversaturation of the panel, but Tactics Advance had the 3 different visual modes that you could have. And like setting that to TV mode on a system with a backlight or just playing it on the TV looks amazing. Absolutely give you that. Welcome in, Clem. We're talking about good-looking Game Boy Advance games, which you wouldn't know anything about because you hate handhelds. No! I mean, if you talk about these days, everything's so expensive. You talk about back then, I mean, systems had their price. They always did. Gotcha, bitch. I got my Game Boy Advance SP secondhand. I believe I still have it somewhere, though it doesn't work. And then I have the 2 SPs that I bought later, which do work. One of them is this really nice refurbished black model, and the other is a red model with a backlight, and it looks great, and it's great to play GBA games on. Yours secondhand also? Excellent. I mean, what makes the Nintendo Entertainment System a system is that it is called that. Sometimes a name is just a name made for the purpose of selling things, Clint. Like its Japanese counterpart, the Famicom. Short for Family Computer. Was it a computer? No. Reshelf your SP. There's some really cool stuff that happens in handheld mods now. Like completely new screen displays, the backlit IPS. Well, I guess I'm gonna double up. awesome. Yeah. The SP Unhinged is kind of a really interesting little mod. The Game Boy Macro is kind of a fascinating thing where people take broken original DS models. They take the screen off, top screen off, and just make it into a Game Boy Advance player. And some of them are like super basic in the way they've been modded, but then others are like really, really go all out with it. What's that clinking? Ah. I feel like that's a mistake in this weather, Clem. I feel like you should have bought like a fishnet mesh, like with the really small holes in the mesh. The waffle weave makes it more breathable. But you see, Clem, the fishnet mesh makes it even more breathable. That's curious. Okay, so open, then open. Alright. We'll breathe gay into you. I mean, it's only gonna bring out your latent homosexuality. It's not gonna make you gay if you're not gay. I got a key. But yeah, there's some really nice looking pixel art on GBA. The Castlevania games, generally, I think, do look really nice. I think Aria of Sorrow looks the best, as you would expect with it being the last of them. I don't like the looks of that. That's kind of lame. Okay, so I can, for some reason, only remove pieces of its base when it's not electrified. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, Aria of Sorrow looks great with its pixel art, which, like I said, you would expect. Harmony of Dissonance is getting there, but I think, again, it's so oversaturated for the sake of being visible on the GBA screen. There's some really nice recolor mods you can get that remove, like, the outline around Juiced and recolor the background, and it is a really well-designed, visually well-designed game. I think it's kind of similar to Mega Man 2 on the Game Boy in that respect. Where Mega Man 2 on the original Game Boy, the music was awful, and somebody took it and took the compositions and put them on new instrumentation on them. And it turns out, like, no, the compositions are actually really good. The instrumentation is garbage. But nobody remembers that anymore, because why would you play Mega Man 2 on the Game Boy? The Flame Lantern. Lights up the night, they say. You know what? I like that. I like that as a concept. Well, this one spreads flame. Look at it. It thaws them. It melts the ice just by being near it. Which is an effect I didn't expect, but it's really cool. Go on, do it again, do it again. Howard. Because it gives out flame, Clem. It's not even like other lanterns in the series where you can use it to set fire to stuff by swinging it or anything. It just gives out fire. I'm just gonna traverse the Tomb of Giants here. Yeah, the Flame Giver Outer Light Lantern, or the Flame Lantern for short. I don't like these things. No, I think in this world of magic, that the Flame Lantern is a lantern that very specifically produces flame. Like, look, I don't even have to light it, it lights itself. The Flame Lantern. Remember the first Spider-Man game on Game Boy Advance had some really nice pixel art.
Who are you gonna murder next, mister?
That's a good question. Probably Clem. It's interesting. Is Ally communicating with me? Because I did leave her a message. Lame. Yeah, you know, I've quite enjoyed this dungeon so far. This has been a fun dungeon. Then I do wish that was a little faster, but it's okay. Now, let's get a look at this. Alright, this one's going to take a little bit of testing. Yeah, is that of any real value to me? Can I do anything with that? No, I can't. So why are they there? Push you this way. Get you on one. I was thinking about Breath of Fire 4 recently. And by extension, Breath of Fire 3, which I didn't finish. The games that I didn't finish are always on my mind. But Breath of Fire 4, because I played it when I was younger. Well, there is, I know you say you've never really been all that into the first two. There is a pair of ROM hacks for both of them. Referred to as, like, Breath of Fire Definitive Edition and Breath of Fire 2 Definitive Edition. Which includes stuff like bug fixes and encounter rate fixes and translation fixes. And, like, making terminology consistent with the later games. That might be of interest to you. They're bombed. It can't be that simple. And then, of course, with Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, there is the issue that I know we've discussed previously of... Let me reset this room. The European version changed it so you can't just restart the game at any point like it was designed. The restart points are set for some reason. Which, if you go into Breath of Fire with the right mindset, Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter with the right mindset, it could probably be enjoyed, but it would almost certainly help to be able to play the game the way it was designed, and I hate changes like that. don't understand the value of the sword blocks. I can't move anywhere with them of value. I can't move these blocks. I think, like, if you've got the interest, going back through a series that you love specific installments of but never finished isn't a bad idea. There's a lot of fun you could have with it. Okay, you immediately die there. I don't think I have any series like that, really. I've made my peace with basically all of Castlevania. I wanted to do it the other way, didn't I? So, like, I'll have my fun with basically everything that's Castlevania. No, that dies there. Soulstorm, another chance? I remember your dislike of that game. At some point, I would be willing to do some Oddworld stuff. Exodus mostly based on your recommendation, there. The biggest trouble for me more than anything else is I've never really been into that kind of platformer. It's like, I love Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time trilogy. You're not going to get a playthrough of the original Prince of Persia out of me. Yeah, Stranger's Wrath is one that I probably should have played more than I have. I'm a fucking idiot. It's so goddamn simple. Yeah, I would like to go through Munch's Odyssey though. We'll see. I've always enjoyed conceptually Abe's Odyssey. That fucking easy. Yeah, I've always enjoyed Abe's Odyssey conceptually. Oh, it's you, isn't it? And I've played a good chunk of it, just never a huge amount. We had the demo when I was a kid, and when we eventually ended up with the game, I just never did much out of it. It's more like a Metroidvania. Those can be difficult sells. There's one thing I've really realised over the last few years. it's that while the Metroidvania as a genre is great, I'm definitely not as into them as I used to be. Especially if they're not specific Castlevania style. It's why I was so happy when Bloodstained Ritual of the Night came out, because it was such a clear Castlevania thing. And like, I've enjoyed others. Hey, Ellie. Like, I've enjoyed others. I've mentioned before about, like, I have a weird attachment to Record of Lodoss War. And I don't even really know why. It's not even as though I grew up with it. I really like Record of Lodoss War. And out of nowhere a few years ago, there was Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth, which is a Metroidvania. And it's got a little bit of roughness, but I really enjoyed it. I recommend it. How you doing, Ella? Well, I get it. And energy for the week? There. I'm getting by. Let's see. Yeah, I said McCarthyism was bad. Yeah, Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth was really fun. It's got some really nice pixel art. I do want to give Blasphemous another shot. I feel like I went into that on stream in like the complete wrong mindset. Of like just a mindset where I was not willing to put up with that kind of bullshit. Well, if I go into it in a better mindset, it would probably be really good for me. And given the praise that Blasphemous gets, it is something I should probably give like a second shot to. Okay, and that's also going to thaw out the Octorok, who will then suck it up because we can't do this without a boss battle. It really is kind of fascinating how many of the bosses in this game have been, like, so incidental. Like, none of them have been, like, specific dungeon guardians or anything. They're just creatures that happen to be around at a specific moment. Yeah, I think, like, if you enjoy Metroidvanias and you get it for a reasonable enough price, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth is something I would recommend. Not that. Okay, so I can destroy those. I was really hoping that I'd just roll back into its mouth. Well, if you've ever seen Wind Waker Rally, it's the same art style, just in a top-down perspective. What am I doing with this? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I think this entire conceptual design of the Wind Waker art style and top-down is the best visual style Zelda's ever had. None of that. Wrong. Nope. Yep, once again, overcomplicating it. Shoot the shield. Looks like somebody needs to warm themselves. Shit. Now the Pegasus boots. On, you son of a bitch. Overcomplicating this again, aren't I? Nope. How is that not the solution? Fine up it. So I think it's an inhale and then boulder. Just catch the next one. And freeze itself again. And lantern again. Oh, wonderful. Got it. Oh, fucking fast that time. A bunch of the overworld stuff in this game has been, like, kind of frustratingly obtuse. It was a little more annoying than it necessarily needed to be. But that's 3. Give me that health. And now I'm big. Oh, hey, King. Are you dead? Alright. Yes. The Wind Crest. Oh, the school's open. Yeah, maybe it's because I don't go to school anymore, lady. I work at the blacksmith now. My grandpappy. Really the same thing? Old Octorok? And now I'm tiny. Hello. Well, thanks for nothing. Wasn't worth it. I think if there's anything about this game that disappoints me musically, it's how many tracks are just taken from Ocarina of Time. Alright. We should be here. So, there was an obvious Minish area over here. I don't appreciate fusing kinstones and basically just letting me find more kinstones. Next year I'm going to play the shit out of Metroid Prime 2. This game's from around that period of my life where there were discs you could get in magazines. I never had a GameCube demo disc. What I did have were GameCube video discs that I think you put in the GameCube and you just watch videos of upcoming games and stuff. And so there were games like, I remember seeing this on them. Paper Mario 1000 Year Door is kind of tied into my mind with that. Metroid Prime 2. Like, when we play Metroid Prime 2, I can point out the exact... the exact spot that was, in that demo, that video demo. Hello. With Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, it was simple because it was basically just the start where Mario arrives in Rogueport. Yes. Sword beam? That doesn't sound as cool as the Link to the Past one. The Anyway. Does it even break through bushes? Anyway. That's odd, because, like, you guys remember the king sent me on that quest to save his daughter? That reminds me, I really do want to go through Metal Gear Ghost Babel at some point. Probably on stream. Who caught me? Yeah, I think that'd be a fun game to go through. But I do also want to go through like Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2. Though, like, all of those will probably come after I do Metal Gear Rising. What a good game Metal Gear Rising is. Yeah, who caught me? Well, to play Metal Gear Rising, I do believe that you should play through Metal Gear Solid 4. It was the main reason I haven't streamed it yet, because I was like, okay, I want to go through Metal Gear Solid 4 before I do, because it's a sequel to that. Because that means like MGS 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thought Blocks and Peace Walker are non-essential. Am I doing Halloween this year? I've been considering it. I've had a few ideas of what to do with it. We'll do something horror-related, definitely. I think the most important thing to be aware of with MGS4, as far as like recommendations goes with it, is I'm the person you know who has probably played it the most recently, and I've really enjoyed going through it again, having not played it since like 2011. But you need to do Metal Gear Solid 3 first. So I have to split into 3 copies, I can't just split into 2. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised, because, like, having not played MGS4 since, like, 2011, my original playthrough, I'd never finished it a second time. And it's a game that gets a lot of criticism for a lot of reasons, and like going through it again after hearing the criticism for years and not really having any argument against, because I had played it since 2011, I know it holds up really well, and like the gameplay aspect of it is really good, especially coming from MGS5, having played Metal Gear Solid 5 more recently. There's aspects of that that clearly come from MGS4. With 4 having a greater sense of structure, I think 4 holds up better. As far as Metal Gear Rising goes, Metal Gear Rising is not an easy game, and you should practice on easier action games. Like, maybe start with Devil May Cry. Which, like, I think you should play the original Devil May Cry just because of its Resident Evil heritage, which is very apparent in that game. It's one of my favourite things about Devil May Cry 1, that the Resident Evil is so visibly part of it. For me, it's just that I have trouble focusing when I'm playing in my own time. It's very rare that I sit down and play stuff in my own time anymore. Which is what the stream's for. I'm a very capable gamer. Oh, shit. Just couldn't get into the gameplay? Yeah, it is... It is very much like the first of its kind, and so it's more bare bones. Up. Like, I've been playing through Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga on my own time, in bits, on one of my retro handhelds, and I've been doing it for, like, over a month at this point. And... I did a little bit more today. Like, I get to a save point and I save, and it's like, I've been playing this for less than 3 hours, and like, I fucked this up. Same as before. Same as the first one. Yeah, it's loot me. Same as beginning. Right. Then same as 2 before. Right, it's gonna mean up, not left. Alright. There we go. Devil May Cry 3, I think with Devil May Cry 1, it's a little more difficult to get into in some aspects because the story has kind of an interesting premise, but then it takes a big backseat after the intro. Oh, thank you. That was a lot easier than I expected. So Devil May Cry 1, like, you've got to be instant gameplay, because, like, after the first cutscene in the intro, there's not a whole lot else going on story-wise until, like, you meet Phantom in Mission 3, and especially in your first time going through it, Phantom's a really difficult fight. And then, like, there's no more story after that. There's a little bit of story when Nilo Angelo introduces himself in the next level, next mission, but the story doesn't really come up again. If I needed you to open the gate, why did you give me the key? The story doesn't really come up again until Mission 7 when you kill Phantom. Meanwhile, I think one of the strongest points of Devil May Cry 3 is how the game keeps the story going, because there's a cutscene at the start and end of every level that progresses something. Whether it be a little bit of extra glimpse into some character, or the plot progressing or such. I'll not have that. Yeah, you're not likely to get to anything significant, especially if you're not really gelling with the gameplay. Because like I say, it's that long before you get to more story. So Devil May Cry 3, I think, is an easier sell for somebody. And given that its gameplay mechanics are deeper as well, Like, I think that helps. Like, with the style system, so you, like, choose one of 4 different styles to go with. I wish Swordmaster was my main style for its attacking properties, but Trickster is just too useful to me. Alright, here we go, and figure out how I'm getting through this. There we go. Some people would, like, recommend starting with Bayonetta. I don't. Like, I really do not recommend starting with Bayonetta. Like, even as somebody who enjoys a genre, I think Bayonetta is really balanced to piss you off a lot of the time. But I wouldn't recommend it as a starting point. Start with the... Alright, guess don't start. Starting with 3 so you can get hooked. I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. Yeah, I wouldn't say starting with Devil May Cry 3 is a bad idea. Nope. Like, I'll admit, I finished Devil May Cry 1 after Devil May Cry 3. Finished Devil May Cry 1 after Devil May Cry 2. There's nothing wrong with doing it that way. Especially if you're trying to just get into the genre itself. I mean, some people would absolutely disagree with me, but I think for the sake of getting into the genre itself, it might not be a bad idea to give Devil May Cry 2 a chance. Because, like, while I will absolutely say Devil May Cry 2 is, like, kind of really boring, it's also really easy. Which is a big part of the reason why it's boring. But it can be a good way to set yourself up for understanding a bunch of the mechanics of it. Yeah, everybody hates on it, but it's one of those things of, like, it's not a great game. But when people tell you it's like the worst thing ever, they're being stupid. And again, having played through it recently, I played through Devil May Cry 2 in the last year, like, it's not that bad. It's like a 6 out of 10. What the fuck does that mean? Source of the flow? Got a bit more. Yeah, like, there is entertainment to have in Devil May Cry 2. And like I say, it being easier, when I was younger, it being easier made it more appealing to me to, like, really dig the time into than Devil May Cry 1. I didn't get into Devil May Cry 1 until later. Because Devil May Cry 1 is brutal. It's a real difficult game, and like, I spoke about this when I streamed Devil May Cry 1 earlier this year. Like, you go into Devil May Cry 1 and you think you're doing fine. And like, you're dealing with the regular enemies, the marionettes, and like, you're progressing through it. And then you get to Phantom as the first boss, and it's a completely different beast to anything else you've fought before. See, you say that, Clem, and I was considering it. I remember when I was going through it. I was considering the Lucia campaign being shorter as a concept. It has less missions, but I think overall it does meet about the same length as Dante's playthrough. Well, the first boss of Devil May Cry 1 is Phantom, who is a lava scorpion spider. Okay, so I want to get up there. No, it is something you would probably remember if you'd gone to it. Oh, we have an ad coming up anyway. So we're going to run this ad, and then we'll work to get up Vale Falls, I guess. Indeed. And we're back. So I need to figure this out. Yeah, I would. Oh yeah, I have the mole gloves. I would say that Devil May Cry 1 is worth experiencing, and yeah, put it on easy if you're having trouble with the difficulty. Thank you, Alec. Easy is undeniably a lesser experience than normal. I would say primarily because, like, you're not encountering all the enemies. Like, you don't encounter shadows, you don't encounter... I don't think you encounter the sin sides. I don't think you encounter the... Nobody's get a cutscene. Do you encounter nobody? There's a bunch of stuff you don't encounter. But the important thing is, though, like, easy can be a really good way to practice the game and spend a bit of time learning the mechanics. And a full playthrough on easy, to do that isn't a bad idea. I feel like people are so... They just shit out bombs. I feel like people are so against the idea of playing anything on easy these days. Why isn't this working? Like, so against the idea of playing anything on easy to their own detriment. Huh. Yeah, like, absolutely be willing to put it down on easy. And one thing with Devil May Cry that can work in that regard is the game doesn't offer you a difficulty select. If you die a certain number of times in the first few missions, I'd heard that it was before before beating mission 3. But I'm pretty sure I've seen that it actually goes up to like mission 7. If you die a certain number of times before a certain threshold in the game will offer you the option to play on easy. Oh, there we go. In that regard, though, Ali, something I mentioned previously, I don't know if you ever actually saw. Given your whole penchant and focus on playing through classic survival horror-inspired indie games, I don't know what the fuck that is and I don't want to know. Have you considered playing through some classic survival horrors that you haven't played before? Yeah, I'll look at you. Look where this goes. really have a whole lot of use for this money. Oh, I mean, like, older than that. Are we in Skyloft? Perfect. Yeah, because like there's a bunch of stuff that I've recommended, like Countdown Vampires isn't particularly good, but you might get a kick out of it. Valerians, Vampire Hunter D, I think, is an interesting twist on classic survival horror styles. Deep Fear, which was kind of the Saturn answer to Resident Evil 2. The Saturn version of Resident Evil 1. Blue Stinger. Galarians. I feel like D is a game you would get a kick out of. That figures. Yeah, I feel like D is a game you'd get a kick out of. That was on PlayStation and Saturn. Heck, really? Definitely not. Yeah, Geki seems to have good taste in games. No, I feel like at the time I didn't recommend D. But like, I thought about it recently, and like, D's a game you might get a kick out of. D2 probably more so. I'd recommend Enemy Zero, but like, that's something I want to do for myself on stream before you do it. There's the Evil Dead game on PS1, which is a Resident Evil clone. Not a particularly good one, but it's there. Yeah, like actually, yes. Getting people off your back and about not streaming. Gotta do 5 of these? At the minute, I'm just getting on with the year of RPGs that I've set up. Which, like, deciding to take a break from deciding to take a break from the list I had. Fucking idiot killed himself. Deciding to take a break from the list I had, I think, has been good for me. And I've had a bunch of fun with that. But I am looking forward to next year when I won't be tying myself down to a theme. Bunch of stuff I want to do. Well, I'm still doing an RPG, as I'm doing Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey, which I'm really enjoying. And, like, it's worth noting that, like, none of the RPGs I've done this year have been games that I didn't enjoy. It's not like last year when I did Rebirth and hated that, and I did Tales of Vesperia and hated that. Like, no, I started with Lost Odyssey and I really enjoyed that. It's a game I would absolutely recommend. And, like, it seems like Microsoft is planning to add Xbox 360 backwards compatibility to PC. If they do, I recommend you try out Lost Odyssey. It was really good. What did I do after that? I did Jade Empire after that, the BioWare game they did before Mass Effect. And I knew I was going to enjoy that. Nope. And Jade Empire was interesting. I think it's a game that kind of falls down in its later points because it feels like they ran out of time to keep making the game. Because, like, you can look at the stream I did, and I think it's 7 sessions, if I remember rightly. And the first 3 chapters take up 3.5 sessions, I think. 4.5 sessions. And the last 4 chapters take up, I think, session 1, 2, 3, 4. And then session 5, I think, was the end of chapter 3 and all of chapter 4. And then session 7, it would have been probably session 6, I guess. Session 7 was chapter 6 and 7 was the rest of the game. Like, it gets kind of locked down into less of a broad structure and becomes much more linear and loses what you're really interested in with a BioWare game for the sake of, like, trying to get to the end of the story, which is kind of unfortunate. But the experience of playing it is really good. I would just, more than anything, say do not play it on PC. If you have the option, don't play it on PC. Because the majority of my issues with it were just the PC version. I should have just played it on Xbox. After that was... What was after that? It was another traditional RPG. Yeah, RPG. Final Fantasy V. It was Final Fantasy V I did after that. And that was great. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I was playing Jade Empire with a controller. Like, if it had no controller option, I would have played on console. Like, no doubt. There's just a lot of problems with its PC version. Like, I wouldn't have played a game like Jade Empire with a mouse and keyboard anyway, given that it was designed for original Xbox in the first place. Final Fantasy V came after that. Final Fantasy V was great. Really enjoyed going through that. Oh yeah, I just did this. And then I did Ys. I did Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles Plus. because the games are so short, I did both of them. And they're a complete story together. It's Ancient East Vanished. East 1 is Ancient East Vanished, Omen. And East 2 is Ancient East Vanished, the final chapter. So I did both of those, and that total was 4 sessions. I really enjoyed that. And then I did Paper Mario after that. And Paper Mario was a lot of fun. But I took a break partway through Paper Mario, like very close to the end even, to do the 7-year celebration, where I did Dark Souls 3, and I did all of Dark Souls 3. And I was really uncertain and hesitant about doing Dark Souls 3. Because, like, since doing Dark Souls 2 back in 2019, I've really not enjoyed it. And, like, I absolutely hate playing through Dark Souls 2. And since then, I've not really enjoyed even going through Dark Souls 1 again. So I was hesitant to go through Dark Souls 3. It was like, okay, Dark Souls I think is quite important to the history of the stream. Dark Souls Remastered was the first game I streamed, so I feel like it's quite important. It was like, okay, let's wrap up the trilogy. Finally, and I did, and I was very surprised with how much I ended up thoroughly enjoying Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 2 was a game where I got to the end of that game and was like, we're done now, we're not going for the better ending, and we're not doing the DLC because I just don't want to play this game anymore. And it was my first playthrough of Dark Souls 2, so like, not a good sign. But with Dark Souls 3, like, I did everything. I did the DLC, I fought all the bosses, I conferred with Clem and Bane several times to make sure I had done all the bosses, and it was so much fun. I had so much fun with that. So yeah, this year has been like really good for actually enjoying what I'm playing. What we're doing at the start of the year. Sundays at the start of the year were Superhero Sundays. We were doing Superhero Sundays at the start of the year. And I wrapped that up. Some of those games I didn't overly enjoy. I think the one that ended up being the worst was probably Batman on NES. Or Batman Vengeance on GameCube. And then I started doing the History of Stylish Action, which Ninja has joined me for a bunch of the games on that, for some of the Devil May Cry stuff. Which, like, given that we went into heat waves, I didn't want to be just, like, hot and miserable doing a bunch of those. So I was like, if I'm going to take a break from that, I'm going to do something more low-key. I've been doing Zelda games since then. There's been fun to be had in there. So where's the last one? And like, after... What am I doing at the minute? We're doing Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey, which I've been really enjoying. And after that, Probably going to do a non-JRPG, like non-turn-based JRPG. I think. I've been thinking about Pandora's Tower for it, which is a Wii RPG. And then who knows, after that, maybe we'll finally get around to Dragon Age Origins. Did this one, right? Yeah, I did this one. Yeah, like overall, the mainstream have been generally really enjoying this year, which has been good. I don't think we've had anything like last year where I was just really fucking sick of something. Which is great, because I think RPGs are generally a lot riskier in that regard. Because if you don't enjoy them, they go on for so much longer. I do feel, though, like I have also been showing off the variety within the RPG space as well, which I'm quite proud of. I think, like, even within the JRPG space, with like Lost Odyssey was quite different to Final Fantasy V, which was quite different to Paper Mario, which is quite different to Strange Journey. So even though they're all broadly turn-based JRPGs, they are all very different. I think we're almost there. What? For the sake of variety, I probably should do a Western RPG next. Which you'd think could probably be like, oh yeah, let's do Dragon Age Origins then. And I was like, I don't know, I'm kind of more interested in doing Alpha Protocol. Which is a game that nobody except me and Flame are interested in. But I could probably get Clem interested in it. Who knows, maybe I could get you interested in it, Ali, if you came in and watched it. developed by Obsidian. It's kind of BioWare-esque, but the focus is that it's a spy RPG. You play as a spy, which I'm always kind of on the lookout for ideas that aren't like done that much in the gaming space. It's why I hold such a large candle for Suikoden, because it's a JRPG where it's not about a monster from space controlling people into like doing awful things or something. It's about politics and war and the realities of war, and it's really unique in that regard as far as the JRPG space goes. But like, as far as RPGs go, you don't get a spy RPG. And I remember playing through it the first time, and I was like, okay, I get to a point where I'm confronting somebody I've been hunting down for a while. And all of a sudden, like, I'm hit with a really concerning question, like, am I about to be betrayed by my own organization? And the game's presented itself well enough that I'm not just looking at this guy thinking like, yeah, you're talking to save your own life. I'm genuinely considering the question. And it being an Obsidian game, developed, I think it was the early 2010s that it came out. The gameplay of it is quite rough. Like, it's not unplayable, but it's rough. But I think the story and the dialogue trees and like the multiple ways so much can go in it really paves over a lot of the problems the game has. It is super cool. Hey, Star. Well, this is a woman. And as we know, women don't blink. But yeah, like, if you are genuinely interested, Ali, I recommend looking into it. It's available on PC. Because if a woman blinked, that would be a split second of not looking for something like that. I buy it. Perfect. Yep, I get that, Star. For me, it's mostly the handheld games. But I've not played this before. This is all new to me. Yeah, I recommend taking a look at it, Ali. Maybe looking through the Steam page and, yeah, adding it to your wishlist. And who knows, if you watch the stream I eventually do of it, maybe you'll think it's worth picking up yourself. Who knows? Who knows, Highlander? Knows. Nope. Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks remain DS games. The only non-DS console you could play them on was the Wii U through the Virtual Console, and you still had to use the touchscreen controls. So it's really probably going to end up being the case of, like, when I want to stream Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, I will probably have to dig out the Wii U to do the touchscreen controls. There are ROM hacks for both of them, along with a few other DS games. That let you move with the D-pad, and I think, like, I tested out a little bit on Phantom Hourglass. I think, like, with a button and such, and maybe roll. I think roll might have still ended up being, like, still been tied to touchscreen there. Like, not everything was assigned to buttons, which was unfortunate. There we go. Yeah, we're going across it like this. There's a bunch of Zelda games that just aren't available on modern systems, which is kind of really frustrating and disappointing. I think we are, if you have a Switch, we're in a better position now. If you have a Switch and you're willing to buy Switch Online, we're in a better position now for having more Zelda games available than ever before. Because, like, the Switch has Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Link's Awakening DX, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, the Minish Cap, the Game Boy Advance version of Link to the Past. And the Switch 2 has Wind Waker. And when you combine that with the Switch having Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, it is the system with the most Zelda games playable on it. Where's Rogue? How many of you guys did know? I would have said 1. Come on, baby, be the rock's father. Eh. Until Tears of the Kingdom, jumping was an ability that only 2D, only handheld Zelda could do. Only handheld Link. Only handheld Zeldas had. Okay. Okay, so I think the lanterns are supposed to indicate where you're supposed to jump. Alright. Fucking idiot. Okay, then what's the point of this area? Okay. They've just jumped there? Fucking fucking stupid Hans. Ah, shit. Maybe I was stupid. Maybe Hans was right. Ah. Ah. Ow! Yeah, my big puzzle brain. Ah, goodness. Man, jumping puzzles just feel so wrong in a Zelda game. Yeah, let's test this actually. Resident Evil 10. Look forward next year to my first playthrough of Resident Evil 9. Look at that. Look at how perfect that was. Yeah. Big brain. Thank you. Check out the big brains on me. Ooh. Me. And next year I'm gonna have to do that. Like actually do the full playthrough of the Matrix Path of Neo, and also like the other side probably of Enter the Matrix. I remember I streamed Enter the Matrix years ago and was like, I'm on a Matrix kick now, let's do Path of Neo. And then Path of Neo, like, the part that covers the first movie is quite, really entertaining. Okay. Like, once you finally get to the first movie part, which the game takes too long to actually get to, and then the stuff between the first and the second movies is real dull. And I was like, well, I'm kind of bored of this now, I don't want to play it anymore. So I didn't. And I also didn't do the other character in Enter the Matrix. You know, the one that doesn't tell his husband to go and slap a prominent comedian. Yeah, I remember thinking at the time, like, The Matrix Reloaded came out so long after The Matrix. And I was thinking about this yesterday when I was talking about the Mask of Zorro in Clem's stream. And, like, The Legend of Zorro came out 5 years after the Mask of Zorro. And it felt like it had come out so long after the first one at the time that there was no point in doing a sequel. But that's really not the case. It was only 5 years. And with The Matrix, like, it was 99, and then Reloaded and Revolutions were both 2003. Yeah, the first Matrix is still the best. Like, it's still fantastic. Why can't they jump into that? I do enjoy the sequels, though. I always enjoyed Reloaded. Revolutions grew on me. And I do quite enjoy Revolutions now. And then the fourth one, when I finally got around to watching that, it's everything everybody said it was. And, like, I understand why. I think it was Lily Wachowski who directed it, like why she came back to direct it, because Warner Brothers were going to do something with The Matrix regardless. So, like, might as well be involved in it. It's the same reason why Pixar made Toy Story 2. They openly said, like, Disney were going to make Toy Story 2 with or without them, they might as well be involved with it. And, like, there's a... calling it a not subtle jab at Warner Brothers over the idea of, like, The Matrix Resurrections being about a company, a production company, just wanting to dig out something that was successful 20 years ago to get some more money out of it. Like, it's so not subtle that like somebody with no media and no media literacy would get it. And then the movie is like, hey, but yeah, The Matrix. And, like, one thing I'll definitely say about it, if there was one character from the original trilogy I would have brought back, I would have brought the actor back, like one minor character who I would have brought back, actor and all, it fucking wouldn't have been Niobe. Oh, that's not good. Yeah. So yeah, The Matrix Resurrections is a movie that exists. It's not a movie you need to watch. But I imagine you knew that anyway. Why was there a locked door recently? To the north? There we go. Yeah, it's honestly not worth watching. Like, it's not something I can even really give props to. There's a few interesting ideas there, I think, of like what could be done by red pills in the Matrix that's kind of cool. But I think too much of that relies on the world of the Matrix not being 1999 anymore. Which I feel like the Matrix existing in 1999 is very important to the fabric of the Matrix. Here we go. Fucking dumbass. I do think the very existence of the Matrix Resurrections, though, does speak to a larger problem of how much media over the last 10 years, I guess, 15 years maybe, last far too long has just been revivals of things that were popular like 20 plus years ago. I've been here? No. Well, it's not as though that's a new problem that nobody's aware of. Excellent. Yeah, so I could have gone here earlier, so... that down there is probably my goal. Well, we have an ad coming up, so I guess we're going to run this ad, and then we'll see about finishing this dungeon. We'll be right back. And we're back. Alright, so I got a key. What was that key really for, though? Use the lantern, you moron. I've not gotten in that door. Can I get there through the other side? Meow. No, but there is stairs up. And then stairs down into that room, oh. Nani? Fucking Christ with the kinstones. A big chest. Is this the map? Yes. It's weird how late I've got on the compass and the map in this dungeon. Okay, so now we're just doing a standard ascension. That was not expected. Keep climbing higher. Got it. Okay. Nothing out of that, so this is... nice. It's a good thing I accidentally bumped into one of those earlier, or I wouldn't have realised that they explode. Less annoying to find. Okay, it doesn't seem like there was a value to coming out here. Okay, there's a bombable wall out there. Could I see it from the outside? Nope. There. Oh well. Oh, okay. I did it. That fairy really only healed me for 4 hearts. What a broke-ass fairy economy is this? I see a locked door. None of that made sense because I had to use a key to get up there. So the end goal of that was a key. Oh, drop down there. Alright. Right, I've got it. I'm figuring it out. Okay, yeah. I'm alright. Don't nobody worry about me. These fucking whiz robes. I have a full wallet and have done for quite a while. Give me fucking help. I've never seen a Zelda game so stingy on dropping hearts. Of course, it's a Kinstone piece. More money, no healthcare? No, that just means Link's angrier on the box art. For a second there, when you said it's an American Zelda game, I thought you meant like, oh no, they're they've increased the difficulty, they've dropped the heart drop, right? So the game can't be beaten in a rental. Which probably wasn't a thing by the time this game came out. Like worrying about dealing with rentals. How you doing, Teak? Do I have the boss key? I do. I've had the boss key for a while. Why did I end up with boss key before the bumper saw the map? Hope that fairy respawns. Yes! Housekeeping in an uneventful afternoon. Excellent. Uneventful days, I think, are something we long for more and more. Let's do this. Final element. Got my sword beam. What the fuck? Well, this is a boss battle unlike any other. My boy. Oh no, fuck off. I can't do my item when that happens. Not like this at all. Is this a cluster or something? Here's a good thing I went back for that fairy. Never seen a Zelda boss like this. This is completely new to me. Especially with the platforming requirement. Like, this is feeling more like Gradius than Zelda. Not because of the platforming requirement, just because of all the dodging required. That fairy only gave me 4 hearts. How that thing stays dead. Alright, I can't move. Are we done? Had it? I don't even know what that thing was. Ugh. It was a really odd fight for a Zelda game, right? Like, I've never seen a Zelda boss like that. A little finicky, but unique, to be sure. Yeah, Sacred Blade. Can't believe that there's not even a dialogue change for these guys. It's like, hey, I just defeated the boss and cleared the palace and everything. No dialogue to reference that. Let's get out of here. You know, I do know where to get there is. 4 heart restoration isn't much, but it's better than nothing if I run into trouble. Other side. Really should be able to just jump over these hedges now. I was hoping I'd make that. There we go. Harry! Haha! Let's finish this blade construction. Do the music, do the music. Lame. The Four Sword. Link, you broke it. Long time ago, when the world was on the verge of being swallowed by shadow. Tiny Picori appeared from the sky, bringing the hero's men a sword and a golden light. With wisdom and courage, the hero drove out the darkness. These have been restored, people tried to blame with care. Which is the intro, yeah. And the force of the golden light embodied in Hyrule's princess shone forth upon the land. Huh. Isn't it convenient that Princess Zelda had the golden light within her even before she had the Triforce of Wisdom? You know, because this game takes place before Ocarina of Time, so the Triforce is currently sealed in the Sacred Realm. And Zelda just had a completely separate golden power. Vaati, you cheeky dick waffle. Seriously, you couldn't have dodged that? What was the point of conquering all those dungeons and fighting all those bosses if you can't just dodge a single slow-moving attack? And we're off. All of me. And you thought they weren't going to play the Hyrule Castle theme, but they were saving it until Hyrule Castle became a dungeon. Let's go. Dark Hyrule Castle. Let's go save the day. Moblins are no match for my sword beam. Together. Vaati didn't stand a chance against one of me. Imagine how fucked he is when he has to fight four. There's the king. Odd. Guess we're going down. No, we're not, because that's what this is. Alright. Okay, so there was no purpose to going that way yet. Can't go that way. Did I go down? I did. What am I missing? Bomb wall. How do I get out of this? Seemingly nothing. It's weird that that's something I'm allowed to do as a Minish, given how deep it is. I don't think I would have been allowed to do that in like a small hole that I can do the flips out of. Boom. What up? Look like I'm nestling my face in his glorious man cleavage. Boy, I hope I use this in the right door, considering there's 2 doors I can go into. Man cleavage. Bing, 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 bing. So, Ali, what's your experience with the Zelda series? Oh, it's a fake door. Alright, that solves that problem. Fucking whiz robes. Just Ocarina of Time? You should play more of them. Just a minute. Nope, nobody mentioned Sabrina Carpenter, and nobody was going to mention Sabrina Carpenter. I'd recommend playing through it yourself then, Ali. Having played through it again recently, it's still a good game. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just had to figure out where the specific setting was. Did I just leave this place? Because I want to go and spend some money. Thanks, all. Kinda crazy that I'm still just rolling everywhere when I have the Pegasus boots. I think the worst part about this whole thing is like, okay, so the Game Boy Advance has a limited number of buttons. So R is like a general purpose thing. And A and B are like specific item usage. L exists entirely for Kinstone Fusion, and it's really fucking annoying. That's all it does. You know, Star, I have no idea. The down thrust. Huh. Who would have thought an ability that came from Smash getting backported into an actual Zelda game? You know what? That's not true. Now that I think about it, this technique was actually in Zelda 2. I take it back. Boy, if I remembered where any of the other teachers were, it'd probably be worth talking to them. Yeah, nothing to spend my money on, like, literally nothing. I was hoping, like, there might be somebody I could buy a bottle from, at least. No, it doesn't seem to be. The town itself is, like, just kind of barren. It looks lively, but there's not really a whole lot there beyond people to just give you tedious fetch quests. And people to fuse kinstones with, which... I'm so fucking tired of kinstones. And the game's been giving me so much money. I don't care to solve this. Yeah, the game's been giving me so much money. Like, since before the end of the... Like, since before the last dungeon, before we even got into the last dungeon, I was at max rupees. And so, like, all the rupees I've just been finding since then have been worthless to me. And I don't seem to have anything to spend them on. The bread shop? As fucking well. Fuck off. Where was the general shop? Is this? There we go. A bigger bomb bag, I guess. There's a bottle back there. How do I get that? Yeah, hey, this piece of cake may or may not have a treat in it. Oh, it's a jagged metal crustio. think, like, this is probably ultimately one of my biggest problems with the idea of the Kinstone fusions. It's like, cool, I've just fused the Kinstone with this character in Hyrule Castletown, and it's resulted in something happening in the Minish Woods, which is so fucking far away. And then I'll go, like, if I go into the Minish Woods, like, maybe I'll find a Minish to fuse Kinstones with there, and something will happen in Hyrule Town. And it's like, why? Why not swap those? Why not make things happen in front of you? Why? Why do you live there? This is the problem I had with the game earlier as well, of like so much busy work for not a whole lot worth it. Like when we were trying to get to the we were trying to get the flippers before, and the whole build-up of it was so unnecessary. And it's kind of wild how I think the game ends up feeling because of it. At least it doesn't seem like it's going to be difficult to access. Why would you put dog food in a bottle? Well, I didn't spend money on anything of value, but I did get a new bottle, so that's something. Thanks for the like, Panda. That was a glitch. Alright, so we'll get back in the castle, and then I think we'll run this ad, and then we'll see about finishing the game, I guess. Alright, now I can recover 8 hearts. Alright. So, The next ad is about 10 minutes away, but if we run it now, we won't be interrupted while we're going through Dark Hyrule Castle. So we'll run the ad now.
General Kenobi.
And then we'll finish the game. back.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Let's do this. Hey. Thank you, Clint. Boblins. You know what's kind of wild about this? Is like, this might be the strongest I've ever seen the sword beam. Like, 2 hits, that's equivalent of like the regular sword use. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Oh, there you go. Why is the fire green, though? Yeah, bitch. Big puzzle brain. I mean, love me for my big puzzle brain and my big combat brain. Go again. Yep. I'm really glad the 4-sword ended up getting like its own focus game. Which I think came out before this, actually. 4 Swords, the companion piece to Link to the Past on GBA. Like, I'm really glad it got its own focus piece. Because I feel like this game doesn't really do anything of interest with the concept. Like, it has, like, one idea. And it feels like that's kind of it with it. Motherfucker. So then 4 Swords having, like, the idea of each link that's created being a permanent thing and not tied to the magic stat. Or a timer. And then, like, in various, like, the manga adaptation gives each of them a personality. And I feel like there was something else at the time that also gave them unique personalities. I can't have these facing different directions, can I? Right idea too soon. Fuck off. So why didn't that work the first time? Is it? Is it though? Why isn't there anything here? Look at that, an unmarked wall. I think there's definitely an issue with the idea of knocking the projectiles back at them. When the entire reason why I had that idea, because I thought I would have to use the shield for it when I originally saw them. I'm like, how can I do that? When there's 4 of me, I can't use my items. And so, like, before I've even done anything, Eslo just says, hey, I bet you could reflect those with your sword. I was like, well, you've just told me the puzzle answer, haven't you? Yeah, and it ends up feeling kind of like, if you've had to explain this to me, I feel like you've missed the point. That is below the thing. Get a notification about this. There it is. Trailer Park Boys 1. Thanks to follow. Yeah. I'm just clearing my throat constantly today. So coming up here only got me the compass, which feels weird. Why is the chair? There we go. Weird one at the end of your stream last night. Good thing I was suspicious of that whole thing. Follows what playing Dark Cloud. I said what playing. Okay. This is what you want. They asked what you were playing, you answered them, and then they asked again. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. No, jump into it, jump into it. I can't just jump into that. Some people make weird first impressions. Always gotta give somebody a chance. What am I doing this for? Okay. Follow down and see what happens. I lost 2 followers in like the last week, and I'm not sure who it was. I check every now and then to see if it's anybody who followed recently. That was annoying. I don't need money. So what's up there? Amazing. As far as follows Amigo, like... Been trying to clear my throat for like over an hour, and it's just not getting anywhere, and it's just lingering, and it's awkward and uncomfortable, and it's bothering me. Yeah. Shoutouts. I do shoutouts more as a matter of, I don't even know anymore. Out of habit, I guess. I don't feel like they're actually that effective. Same with raids. Like, I feel like raids are a nice gesture with no real substance to them. So few people I ever raided, I think, ever got follows out of it. So few people who have ever raided me have ever followed or stuck around with it. Like, the idea of supporting streamers that you like or know or want to support by bringing your community to them is a nice idea. I don't think it works, generally, on the whole. I have gotten pretty comfortable with what I am at this point. And what I'm about, and I have kind of accepted that that's not going to get me much in the way of followers. Why? Why is that a thing? Then what's the fucking point? That's great, I still can't get in there, can I? Yeah, my goal of streaming is still to just play games. I'm doing that. With more focus than generally ever. I feel like I've probably gotten worse as a streamer as time has gone forward. But I'm happy just playing games that I want to play. That's not helpful to me. There is some sense of pressure I put on myself, trying to be good at what I stream. Which is where a bunch of frustration comes from for me, at times. I've never seen a Zelda game be so stingy with dropping hearts. Like, you can't be doing attacks like that and then never giving me fucking hearts. Oh yeah, we'll take 3 hearts from you with 1 hit. Cool. Is there any way for me to replenish my hearts? How much do I get from fairies? 4 hearts, what? Yeah, so I feel like I've generally gotten worse as a streamer for, like, actually talking to myself when nobody else is talking. And sometimes I feel like I could do better, and other times I just don't care. Why is it 4 hearts? Deal with this fucking nonsense. Alright, let me go and do a bunch of... Let's be fair, padding. Sort this out. Cool, we're gonna give you a fun enemy to fight? No, we're gonna give you 6 Dark Nuts. So fighting all of these dark nuts is going to lead me to a key. It has to. That has to be the point. I think the fact that it's 6 separate dark nuts that I have to fight. And then they can't even just give me the key afterwards. There's more to do. Like, why even have the dark nuts then? Just let me go on to the next piece of the area. No, it'll be more exciting if you're just fighting these fucking things again. Will it? Will it be? And they've been exciting the last 20 fucking times I've dealt with them. I don't understand what just happened there. I only killed one of them and all 4 disappeared. Fuck your kinstones. I don't think that was the intended solution. Fuck off. Immediately as soon as I land. I'm at least a little gratified in relentless aggression continuing to prove its worth. Right, so only one of them's real, that's what it is. Fuck yourself. Alright, let's go back to where we defeated that first Dark Nut. Why not just have these 4-sword spaces underneath the lockbox? I've got to push it the other direction. Okay. Why would it make any difference? Let's go kill Vaati. I feel like there are too many enemies in this game that will parry your sword blows. Really? swear to fucking god, there was an easy way of doing this the entire time. No, there wasn't. Really don't want to need during a boss fight. Fucking Christ, the stupid thing. What a great idea it is to have this in our final boss. Yeah, just set fire to you, but if you get caught on fire, ooh, they'll run around uncontrollably. Wonderful. Restart me with 3 hearts. All the fairies gone. What the fuck? But cool. Start me off with so little health that I'm immediately getting the danger alert. What sense does that make? Yes, I got the fucking picture. Like, is there a good reason why I need to fight 3 Dark Nuts before this fight as well? Yes, I can fucking count. Amazing how this technique is fucking useless. For those of you at home wondering what fighting these things is like, imagine fighting the Stalfos in Ocarina of Time, but worse. Oh boy, 4 hearts. Put a save state up, I don't fucking care anymore. It stopped being fun a while ago. See, normally a fairy in the final boss arena would be like really odd and surprising, but in this game where they only give you 4 fucking hearts, no, it isn't. I have to do 4 sword bullshit in a boss fight. Again. It's amazing how the value of the 4 swords seems to be multiplying my hitbox by 4. Cool. They can drop items. They're going to drop hearts. Good. More. This isn't even difficult, it's just a gimmick. Great, now I gotta do it on a different set. This game has had a real problem with having bosses just take too many hits. It's like, oh, because you can slash really quickly. It's like, cool. Maybe make us slash slower then. Because as it is, it feels like I'm wailing on the boss and getting nowhere. And it's been like that since the first boss. It wasn't even a difficult fight. The reason I died in the previous fight is because fairies restore 4 fucking hearts. Bullshit. I went up against 3 dark nuts right before it, and here's the fun part. Fire. For some reason, getting hit with fire makes you run around like you're playing Mario 64 in a Zelda game. Great. Oh, I'm sorry, was I not in the right position for the cutscene? I'll admit, like, not all of this is the game's fault, I'm just not in a good mood. back. Sorry, am I a fucking idiot? Oh, the hand's a problem. Maybe you should use an item. Here's a fun fucking idea. How about you give me any kind of chance to heal before you decide to have the third phase of a fucking boss fight? Oh, cool. For destroying that, I get 1 heart. I haven't had enough of this gimmick yet, have we? Oh, I guess I didn't do enough. Better wait for him to actually fucking move before I try and get out of this. No heart for me that time. Didn't deserve it, I guess. No, I didn't try that. So fucking done with how gimmicky this game is. Why? Oh, I appreciate it, Clem. Odd how the game decided that wasn't something it was going to tell me about. Fuck's sake. Why? No. We're doing that again. Why? Why does that keep fucking happening? Giving this game far too many chances. I can't dodge that lightning blast while there's 4 of me. Oh look, and if it hits any of me, I take damage. So how the fuck am I doing that? No. Fuck yourself. See, the whole thing about it being a timing thing and everything, like, I could believe that if it was ever anything other than the left. It's another track taken out of Ocarina of Time. Like, I know the Zelda series has a habit of bringing tracks back, but so much of this soundtrack has been Ocarina of Time. This is the beginning of the credits theme. Game has potential. There are strong elements of it, but it is so bogged down in busy work. And, like, there is another big part of it, like, so much of the sound is just taken from Ocarina of Time. Which feels really reductive. Like, so much of it, because, like, you go from Zelda 1 to Zelda 2, and Zelda 2 has so many new tracks. Zelda 2 to Link to the Past. There's a lot new there. There's recurring themes from previous, but plenty new. Same with Ocarina. Same with Majora's Mask. Same with Wind Waker. Then we get to this and it's like, oh yeah, what if Ocarina? What if we had like 3 songs and Ocarina of Time? The Kinstone fusion is such a busy work idea as well. It's like, hey, let's have all these kinstones around that you need to pick up. Every time you see one, you pick it up. Da 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 da. No matter what's going on. Okay. Why does Vaati look like somebody's just taken Toon Link and edited them into their own original character? I don't think I would enjoy this on a replay. And the whole thing of like the lore of the Light Force. It's like let's take Skyward Sword out of the equation. The lore of the Light Force before Ocarina of Time, when Zelda gained the Triforce of Wisdom, she just had a completely unrelated magical power that was passed down through her family. Yeah, I don't know if I'd recommend this. A lot of this was frustrating. Say busy work, tedium, bashing your head against a wall, and then the final dungeon just feels like they've run out of ideas. Like, how many Dark Nuts did I fight in that final dungeon? Like, not a great encounter to begin with, but then they throw so many of them at you. I honestly can't see this being a Zelda game I ever come back to. Okay, so Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures both came out before the Minish Cap. Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures were Nintendo alone, Capcom wasn't involved. And there's also the thing of like, with Vaati being the main villain of Four Swords and Four Sword Adventures, and this being the prequel, I expect this to end with us sealing Vaati. And it didn't. It looked like Vaati was basically dead. This isn't a game I'd recommend. Play if you want. You're a Zelda fan, you're looking for a Zelda game you haven't played. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because, like, okay, so this is Nintendo and Capcom. They'd previously done the Oracle games together. Like, presumably they were involved with Four Swords Adventures, you know? Did they do the GBA version of A Link to the Past with them? They did. Okay. Link to the Past on GBA, it's a fine enough game. I've played through it and beaten it a couple of times. Fine. Minish Cap, I don't think I'd recommend. If you're after a new Zelda game, and you've never played it, sure. But I'd recommend so much else above it. Yeah, it is odd. I believe Minish Cap was Capcom's last involvement with the Zelda series. Odd to me that they were involved in this, but presumably they handled the Four Sword part of this. Which I've never played because it requires you to link up with other people. And I didn't have any friends who had Game Boy Advances. I also didn't have this. It makes no difference. I didn't have this. But yeah, not going back to that. Next time, we'll do Four Sword Adventures though. A game I have beaten, which is quite fun. It's a shame there's not really any reliable way to play it multiplayer over the internet, but there it is. I've played it and beaten it alone before, and I'll do it again. Boy, wouldn't it be wild if we go into Skyward Sword, and I hate that. I don't know, see, because, like, yeah, I'm not in a good mood, but also, this game, it was so full of shit. Like, there was such shit in it. All those Dark Nut fights, with the Dark Nuts being such a pain to fight. Like, not even good fights that are difficult, just awful to fight. The 3-phase Vaati boss with no real healing between them. All 3 phases being really gimmicky and bad. Like, I probably enjoyed maybe 40 to 60% of the game. But there's enough there that I didn't enjoy that I wouldn't play it again. Tell you what, I would play again. Where I am a beauty. Play this again. Yeah, like, ultimately, for anything Minish Cap does right, it plays on being tedious. There's so much busy work, so much back and forth. The over-focus on kinstones, I think, is a real mistake. The fact that just general progress feels obtuse at points is really annoying. Fucking love Metro View. This is a game I would probably hate if I didn't have it as a kid. That's okay, because I did have it as a kid. Back when I was bad at video games, and this game forced me to get good at video games. Anyway, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everyone in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Ain, Clem, Teak, Panda, Star, Ali. Thank you so much for joining me and keeping company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Next Zelda game should be Four Swords Adventures. Shimigami Tensei continues for the year of RPGs. Banjo-Kazooie will conclude at some point. I'll admit, a big part of it is just my mood. But I think my criticisms of the game stand. It's been a while since I played through Metroid Fusion. Especially on stream. It's been a long time since I've done it on stream. I haven't played through this game with this controller. That's how long it's been. So doing the movements feels kind of weird. I think I'm gonna play Metroid Fusion for a while. Thank you all for watching. Have yourselves anything planned for a birthday stream? I don't know. I was thinking of some stuff. Given that the temperature's set to start rising specifically on my birthday, like nothing intense. I was debating doing another Onimusha playthrough. Just a nice casual Onimusha run. Onimusha wouldn't take that long. That'd probably be like a big part of the issue. I can reliably have that game done, Dark Realm and all, in under 3 hours. And if I knew Metroid Dread better, maybe that. I did have a thought recently of a playthrough of Super Mario World on the Game Boy Advance as Luigi. Because Luigi has different physics and like a bunch of other differences on the GBA version, which I thought would be an interesting way to mix it up. Possibly something Castlevania, like maybe the Reinhardt playthrough that I hadn't streamed yet for Castlevania 64. Like, there's always thoughts in my head about various things. Always various plans. Like, I've got a bunch of different ideas for Horrorween. Like, you asked about Horrorween earlier. And like, I thought about small Resident Evil marathon, going through odd versions of the games. Like the Saturn version of RE1, the N64 version of RE2, the GameCube version of RE3 because it's I think the only version I haven't streamed. A camera mod that I have for Code Veronica. And then like possibly the VR version of RE4. And then after that, like none of the releases are weird anymore. I've thought about the possibility of doing Shadow Hearts Covenant for Horrorween. Doing another horror RPG. Which I think mostly just limits me to Shadow Hearts. And I would like to play through Covenant at some point. Especially given how much I ended up enjoying the original Shadow Hearts. That was a game that gave me a really bad first impression. But like by the end of it, I was really happy with it. Like the trouble with trying to stick to the Year of RPG theme for that is that there isn't really much in the way of horror RPGs. But birthday streams, the trouble is, like, I don't really want to do another 12-hour stream. Every time I've thought about the idea of doing a 12-hour stream, the trouble has always been, like, what am I going to play that take me around that time? Like, I got really lucky with Arkham Knight that year that I did it. Because it did take about that. No, I don't enjoy Sonic 1 to 3. Yeah, I got really lucky with Arkham Knight taking about that length. Just doing the story. I had a thought about like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest because it's a shorter RPG. But like I can guarantee I would not be having fun with it by the end if I'm doing it in one session. Skies of Arcadia for an extended period maybe, but 12 hours in. I think 12 hours in we might have just gotten the Delphinus. That'd be it. I don't feel like it's a great amount of progress in 12 hours. So like that's kind of what's kept me from doing another 12-hour stream. And ideally just something that I do really enjoy. The big trouble is like a lot of the stuff that I really enjoy I've already streamed. I feel like I enjoy this game for a lot of the same reasons that I enjoy Resident Evil 3 Remake. In that, like, the pathing of it is very kind of set because of how linear the game is, and it's just about doing it better and better. And I really enjoy that, like, there's not a whole lot of variables to consider in that regard. Love to do Metroid Dread again, but I cannot guarantee I would do that in one sim. And I remember doing the final boss of that game. That's not something I would want to do while I'm kind of exhausted. Because that required a lot of precision. It was fun though, I do want to do Metroid Dread again at some point. Yeah, maybe Castlevania. Something with Castlevania. Something that wouldn't take that long. I feel like I could reliably do a Reinhardt run of Castlevania 64 without any real practice in about 5 hours. I feel like that's reasonable. Next year, we're definitely going to get to Onimusha 3. Which, like, I'd like to just go straight to Onimusha 3. I fucking love Onimusha 3. Let's see about setting my Xbox up, actually. So that it's something new, technically. I could see about setting my Xbox 360 up and doing the Xbox version of Onimusha, Genma Onimusha, which is harder than standard Onimusha for various reasons. There's some new enemies, there's been a bunch of rebalancing, there's a new ability that was added that has to be taken into account. It was my first exposure to Onimusha, and it's really difficult, and I didn't enjoy it. So it could be a neat way of doing like Onimusha again for the first time. That update 1.3 did just come out, apparently, for Xbox 360, and I do want to... I've been meaning to look into that update for a while, anyway, since it apparently got quite stable. Be a good reason to bust out the Xbox 360. That was pretty clean, I'm happy with that. Still got another 20 minutes before the ad runs. And I'll call it there. Anybody else has any other questions they want to ask? Or I'll just play some more Fusion. Metal Gear Rising is a game I have considered for stream, for the birthday stream, because it's not a 12-hour playthrough, it's more like 7.5 hour playthrough. But I want as many people as possible to have the chance to join for that stream, because that's going to be a wild one. I think when I do stream Metal Gear Rising, it's going to be a single session. Samus's helmet doesn't talk to her. You'd think it would, but it doesn't. What else is there? The Devil May Cry 1 playthrough, maybe. That's about 5 hours at worst. Who knows? Maybe like something like Nightfire. I don't know. Something I broadly enjoy. I knew going in there was a mistake. I have Unavowed, which is a game I've been wanting to play for a while. It's by Wadget Eye, the same team who did the Blackwell games. It's a point-and-click game. And I just haven't played it yet. Visual novels, I've not played any visual novels in a long time. Not since I finished Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies. And I started Spirit of Justice and just like stopped after finishing the first case. I do want to go back and actually finish Danganronpa 2. I jumped into that years ago after, like, pretty much right after finishing Danganronpa 1. And then stopped after finishing the first case and never went back to it. Not technically a visual novel, I guess, like, it's got more of a free roam element to its non-conversation based gameplay. But Paradise Killer might count. That was a game I was playing on Switch a while ago and meant to finish and didn't, and have just been regularly thinking about going back to. Though I think I would have to restart at this point. It's an odd premise, but a murder mystery at its core. If you're after a visual novel series to play, the Zero Escape series always gets my highest recommendation. It helps that it's not just visual novels, choices are very important in the gameplay loop of that. And it has some really good puzzle stuff in all three games. Several years ago now, I was playing through World End Syndrome. Like, I remember I was going through it during the summer. It might have been, like, during the COVID summer, even. And I got really sucked into it, and I put, like, 20 hours into it, and I was, like, maybe 2 endings away from completing it, and just stopped for whatever reason. But I was enjoying what I was playing enough to, like, want to finish it, and then just kind of stop. Which, if you follow the stream, is an unfortunate habit of mine. But I would generally recommend that. I like visual novels that have, like, a horror bent to them. Stuff that feels comfortable but is actually sinister under the surface. I was going through my Switch catalog today, then saw that I have the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles on there, and had completely forgotten about it. I've heard they're good. If you ever played through any of the Ace Attorney games, you'd probably enjoy them. Difficult to recommend if you're not playing on actual hardware, but Hotel Dusk was always a good one. Hotel Dusk Room 215 on the Nintendo DS. It got a sequel several years later, Last Window Secret of Cape West, which was released in Japan and Europe, but not the US. I would recommend Hotel Dusk. I didn't play much of Last Window. I saw the Sakura series has another Humble Bundle at the minute. I wouldn't really recommend that, but it's a lot of visual novel stuff for a cheap price if you're after stuff. With each game being about 2 hours long or so. The trouble I have with it, more than anything else, is not that the subject matter is basically very fan-servicey. My issue with the Sakura stuff is they're built like episodes, and I find it very unfulfilling to just go through games like that. It's like, I think in my library, I think like 4 of the Sakura Succubus games. And they're like 2 hours, but they don't pace themselves like they're 2 hours. So like when you get to the end of the game, about 2 hours in, it just kind of stops. And it's like, buy the next one. And it's like, no. Uninteresting. I think that's kind of it. The Ace Attorney Investigations I played through a few years ago, and I did quite enjoy that. If you enjoy Ace Attorney, it's more in that world. And with the collection being available now on pretty much all systems, the second game was localized, which is nice because the second game is supposed to be like much better than the first. It's always, like, talking more of point and clicks, it's always sitting on my mind about doing more Broken Sword for the stream. Because I do enjoy Broken Sword, it's easily my favourite point and click series. It was about like, when would I do Broken Sword 2? Speaking of Waji and the Blackwell stuff, the Blackwell series is honestly quite good. Really enjoy a lot of what that has. Smaller budget, smaller point and clicks, but they're really really quite enjoyable, I found. There's 5 of them. I think about like what else? I would like to stream The Curse of Monkey Island at some point because it's a point and click I grew up with. But it is the 3rd game in the Monkey Island series and I've never actually gone through, like, all the way through the first 2. But I do have them. I have special editions where they went back and remade the first 2 games and added the voices to them. And one thing I do really like about the Monkey Island series is they kept the same voice actors. Started with The Curse of Monkey Island, and like, for the main cast, at least the main trio of Guybrush, LeChuck and Elaine, they kept the same voice actors. I don't know if Return to Monkey Island did that, the newest one, that Ron Gilbert came back to direct, or to produce, or had some involvement in. I don't know if they had the same voice actor for LeChuck, because I forget when exactly Earl Bowen died. Like, whether or not he died before that. But the voice acting is great, and playing through the first 2 games with those voices is a really cool thing. One day I'll finish them. That one I think I got. I did. Excellent. There we go. If you get the hit right on this boss, you can 2-shot it. Which I've done. I think I've done it on stream during one of the many times I've streamed this game. But it's more likely that I end up 3-shotting it. Getting knocked into the water there was an embarrassment. I think at some point I would like to go through more of the Indiana Jones games. Most specifically, The Fate of Atlantis. The old point-and-click game. Which I've played a bunch of and is really interesting. It's also, like, a really difficult point-and-click game. But I'd like to go through that. By the same token, the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade point-and-click game. Sam Max Hit the Road, I'd love to go through. Like, there's a lot of the old LucasArts stuff that I would really like to go through. Because they're good, classic point-and-click games. There's a couple of Fiera games I'd be kind of interested in doing. Like, Phantasmagoria 1. Not 2. Mostly because I don't think 2 would be great for streaming. 2 is such a weird, slow burn. But 1's pretty out there very quickly. Leisure Suit Larry, maybe? The first one, at least, because the first one is quite funny. And the first one has some genuinely humorous writing. And while I'm not fond of the gambling part, because the way it does basically expect you to save scum, like I can deal with it. Maniac Mansion is a game I would like to play. Some of the classic LucasArts one. I think I'd play the NES version of that. Because the NES version added what's supposed to be a really good soundtrack. But yeah, with point and clicks, my mind generally is most likely to go to the Broken Sword. Classic for a reason. And it's wild to me that Revolution still exists as a company. Having, like, mostly only developed Broken Sword games in their history, having only done Broken Sword games for the last 20 years. And not that many of them. Like, it's not a series they've run into the ground or anything. But anyway, we've got the ad coming up, and I'm going to end before this ad runs. So, I hope everybody enjoyed this little diversion into Metroid Fusion. So there's not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic sound day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.